Good morning, colleagues. Good afternoon, no, it's still 11:59. So technically, it's still good morning, colleagues. Good morning to our central staff, employees who do exceptional work behind the scenes to allow this institution to flow and to make decisions on behalf of the people. Good morning to our testifiers, and a special good morning to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. The Committee of the Whole meeting for Thursday, April 9th, 2026 is hereby called to order. I'm Senator Milton E. Potter, and as President of the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, I serve as Chairman of the Committee of the Whole. Just for the edification of the general public, there are no votes taken in the Committee of the Whole. Today, we will receive testimony from the leadership of the Water and Power Authority. We will receive testimony from the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, Office of Disaster Recovery, and the Public Services Commission. We'll be moving with a sense of purpose and with the weight of our community's patience firmly on our shoulders. The residents we serve are exhausted. A grandmother on oxygen therapy calling her family in the dark, a dialysis patient missing a treatment, a family losing groceries they could barely afford, a small business shutting its doors, not because it failed, but because the power did. These are not hypotheticals. These are the lived realities of our constituents, repeated, unrelented, and unacceptable. We have received, I'm sure each of us have received any number of calls from residents in the community expressing their concerns and asking questions about the WAPA rotations, particularly here in the St. Thomas, St. John district. And just for the record, this body has really been a true partner in its effort to address WAPA's longstanding challenges over the years. We've redirected critical funding, including Medicaid-related funds, to ease pressure on WAPA's finances. We've approved millions in appropriations, authorized borrowing, and financed tens of millions of dollars toward the Vital Agreement and LPG infrastructure. We've passed legislation mandating federal technical assistance to modernize the grid. We've strengthened the Public Service Commission, restructured WAPA's governance, and reformed its billing practices. We've held marathon sessions, marathon hearings, issued subpoenas, and forced leadership to answer publicly for challenges. And we've addressed something that should have never been allowed to fester. For years, the government of the Virgin Islands did not consistently pay its own utility bills. This body corrected that, creating and funding the single-payer utility fund so that the government agencies remain current on their obligations to the Water and Power Authority. We've even mandated and funded the services of a turnaround company to provide objective analysis and recommend strategies to put the utility on a success track. So let me be clear, this legislature has legislated, appropriated, investigated, and intervened. And we will continue to do so because that is our responsibility. We have even we've even corrected, I should say, the government's own failures to ensure that the authority gets paid. We are now prepared to empanel a subcommittee on WAPA oversight, reliability, and ratepayer protection to more directly support WAPA in matters related to its governance, finances, operations, capital projects, fuel and power procurement, regulatory compliance, and impacts on ratepayers and the territory's economic development. I have had conversations with both the majority and the minority leader, and they are fully on board with that initiative. I'd like to make it clear, today's meeting is not about assigning blame, because frankly, that will get us nowhere. It's about demanding clarity, accountability, and a credible path forward. We expect that the Water and Power Authority will come to the table with honesty, with the state of our infrastructure, transparency about what has failed and why, and a concrete commitment to the communities that depend on reliable power every single day. Communities like Cruz Bay and Coral Bay, and Tutu, and Bordeaux, and Frederickstead, and Christiansted, and yes, even Water Island. The people of this territory deserve to hear in plain terms what we intend to do about it. With that, let us begin. Madam Clerk, can we please have a roll call?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, present. Senator Angel L. Bulkes Jr.
Present.
Senator Bulkes Jr., present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Here.
Senator DeGraff, present. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, present. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
I'm here.
Senator Francis Jr., present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Present.
Senator Francis Heiliger, present. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick, present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Here.
Senator Gittins, present. Senator Maurice C. James.
I am here.
Senator James, present. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Here.
Senator Johnson, present. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Present.
Senator Joseph, present. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr.
Here.
Senator Joseph Sr., present. Senator Avery L. Lewis.
Here.
Senator Lewis, present. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Here.
Senator Potter, present. Senator Kurt A. Vele.
Here.
Present. Mr. Chair, 50 members are present.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We do have a quorum, and we're prepared to proceed. Madam Clerk, are there any pieces of correspondence to be read into the record at this time?
No, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you please read today's agenda into the record?
The 36th Legislature will convene in a committee of the whole to receive an update and testimony from the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority regarding the ongoing electrical service interruptions impacting the St. Thomas St. John District. The discussion will include, but will not be limited to, a concise chronology of significant outages and rotational interruptions in the St. Thomas St. John District over the past 30 to 60 days, including causes, duration, and affected areas. A clear explanation of the current status and condition of the generation units serving the district, including Unit 15 at the Randolph Harley Power Plant, and any associated transmission constraints impacting St. John. An identification of root causes, technical, operational, and financial, underlying the recent and ongoing outages beyond general references to mechanical failure. A detailed reliability improvement plan for the next 0 to 6 months and 6 to 24 months, including specific projects, timelines, cost estimates, and responsible officials, aimed at stabilizing and then strengthening service in the St. Thomas St. John District. WAPA's policies and practices regarding customer communication, outage notification, and claims for loss or damage, including spoiled food and damaged appliances, and any proposed changes to better protect and compensate affected customers. Any statutory, regulatory, or financial actions desired from the legislature to support implementation of WAPA's Reliability Improvement Plan. Invited testifiers, Mr. Maurice Mouet, Board Chairman, VI Water and Power Authority. Mr. Carl Knight, Executive Director, VI Water and Power Authority. Mr. Eugene Jones, Executive Director, VI Housing Finance Authority. Mrs. Adrienne Williams Actalin, Director, VI Office of Disaster Recovery, and Ms. Sandra Satori, Executive Director, VI Public Services Commission. Mr. Chair, this concludes the reading of today's agenda.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Before we proceed, I'm going to ask the testifiers, beginning from my right, moving to my left, to just put your name and your position title on the record.
Good morning, Mr. President. My name is Colin Brown. I'm the Director of Transmission and Distribution at the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority.
Good morning, Mr. President. My name is Kevin Harrigan. I'm the Power Plant Superintendent for Randolph Harley.
Good morning, Mr. Senate President. My name is Maurice Mouillet, and I'm the Board Chair of the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority.
Good morning. My name is Carl Knight, the CEO and Executive Director of the VI Water and Power Authority.
Good morning. I'm Lorraine Kelly, Chief Financial Officer of the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority.
Good morning,
Senate President, and Senators. My name is Sandra Satori, the Executive Director, Virgin Islands Public Services Commission.
Good morning, Boyd Sprain, General Counsel, Public Services Commission.
Morning. Thank you very much. Well, I guess it's afternoon now. Thank you very much, testifiers. I know ODR Executive Director is on her way, so she should be here shortly, I think, occupying that seat. So we will proceed, however. I'm going to ask CEO of Water and Power Authority, Sir Carl Knight. You may proceed, sir, with your testimony.
Thank you. Good day, Honorable Milton Potter, President of the 36th Legislature of the United States Virgin Islands, other honorable senators present, the listening and viewing audience. I'm Carl Knight, Executive Director and Chief Executive Officer of the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority. Hereafter will be referred to as WAPA, the Authority. Joining me today are members of the Authority's management team, the Superintendent of the Randolph-Harley Power Plant, Mr. Kevin Harrigan, the Director of Transmission and Distribution, Mr. Colin Brown, our Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Lorraine Kelly. Also joining us today is the Chairman of the Governing Board, Mr. Maurice Mouillet. We are here at your invitation to provide an update from the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority and to ensure our community has clear answers regarding the recent outages. The last 2 months have in fact been very difficult, plain and simple, for our customers, for businesses, for families, and for our employees. To every resident who has lost sleep, food, business, or peace of mind because the power was not there when you needed it, I want to say clearly that I am sincerely sorry. We understand that frustration. We live here too. During this period, our employees have worked tirelessly, often through the night, to stabilize the system under real strain as they confronted a myriad of issues. What we've experienced these past weeks was not one issue, but a series of events occurring back to back that exposed the fragility of our already stressed electrical system. Between the period of Monday, February 2nd, until Thursday, February 5th, the Virgin Islands experienced intense thunderstorms, if you may recall, that resulted in prolonged power outages. While the rain was unusual for that time of the year, the accompanying winds and lightning were even more disruptive. The islands experienced consistently high winds during that period, with wind gusts as high as 33 miles per hour. Power outages were caused by branches in the lines, blown fuses due to lightning strikes, broken insulators, and other typical storm-related damage. The most intense showers occurred in the early morning hours that Tuesday, and that delayed our efforts to restore customers that had lost power on feeder 7A late Monday night on St. Thomas. Most of the customers on St. John and St. Croix were restored by Tuesday night. However, restoration efforts on St. Thomas were further delayed by considerable vegetation in the lines on the north side of the island. On February 5th, WAPA experienced a blowout on the underground portion on feeder 13 on the waterfront around 9:30 a.m. As a result, areas that had been previously restored lost power again for most of the day due to the limited capacity of feeder 12. When feeder 13 trips, all of the B, C, D, and E feeders are served only by feeder 12, and due to its limited capacity, up to 5 megawatts of customer load is shed through rotations. Feeder 13 was restored at 6:36 p.m. A line crew was brought in from St. John on February 6th to support the St. Thomas line crews on the remaining trouble calls and address scattered outages. On that same Friday, February 6th, at 5:29 p.m., the transmission line between Red Hook and Cruz Bay tripped, creating an island-wide outage on St. John. The transmission and distribution team tested the terrestrial section of the cable in Red Hook and found no damage. On Saturday morning at 6 a.m., the team inspected the St. John portions of the line. Similarly, found no damage. The submarine portion of the transmission line has also successfully passed testing. It was later determined that the line was not at fault. A burnt fuse caused its protection system to misfire, shutting it down unnecessarily. Power was restored to St. John at 5:23 p.m. on Saturday, February 7th, and that concluded one of the longest weeks in recent history for the Water and Power Authority. I'm deliberate in pointing out the testing of the transmission line from Red Hook to St. John because it provided verification that the line was in excellent condition at that point. The cable is approximately 14 years into what is an expected 50-year life expectancy. On Saturday, March 14th at 9:57 p.m., the transmission line from Red Hook to St. John was deliberately cut with a mechanical device. If I could have media put up the images we provided earlier. If you look at the images on the screen, you can see a blowout on the transmission line. That line in particular on the left, that was feeder 13. You can see it's irregular. You can see it's burnt. You can see that that looks like an electrical failure on the line. When you look at the line on the right, that was the St. John transmission line. It's not a blowout. It's a deliberate circular cut. There's no electrical failure there, no burnt insulation, just a cut through the insulation, which is what led us to realize that it had been deliberately cut. Thank you, media. The transmission line from Red Hook to St. John was deliberately cut with a mechanical device. St. John was once again plunged into an island-wide outage. Realizing how long it would take to repair the damage to the existing line, a decision was made to return to service the previously abandoned transmission line that had previously served the island of St. John. That night, the field team completed the tie-in of the Red Hook portion of the line. Early Sunday morning, the field team completed the connection of the St. John end of the cable. After testing, service was fully restored to St. John at 11:46 a.m. on Sunday, March 15th. About 3 hours later, power transmission to St. John was disrupted yet again, triggered by a fire in the junction box where the lines are connected in Red Hook. Evidence suggests that this was a direct result of the damage caused by the event the previous night, but that damage was not immediately apparent. At this point, the field team began working on both cables to determine which would yield the quickest repair. The existing cable was ultimately returned to service, but had a damaged phase. The field crew was innovative enough to utilize one phase from the previously abandoned cable and 2 phases from the existing cable to restore full service to St. John. The field team completed those repairs and restored power shortly after midnight on Tuesday, March 17th. Finally, on Thursday, March 19th, began what is approximately a 2.5-week prolonged period of rotational outages caused by the inability of the Randolph-Harley Power Plant to produce sufficient power to meet the customer demand in the St. Thomas-St. John district. This event occurred on March 19 at approximately 11:45 a.m. when Unit 15 experienced an electrical fault and tripped offline. This destabilized the plant and caused the other generation units operating at the time to also trip, resulting in a district-wide outage. The apparent damage was quickly assessed and parts were sourced to repair or replace the damaged components. When Unit 15 went offline, we simply did not have enough generation available at certain times of the day. At peak demand, we were short by about up to 5 megawatts. Rotations were not the goal, but instead they were the safeguard to prevent a full system outage. WAPA currently operates 10 generation units in the St. Thomas-St. John district. 3 of these, units 27, 23, and 15, are the legacy heavy-duty turbines that produce large shares of power critical to maintaining reliable service. The remaining capacity is supported by smaller, more efficient Wärtsilä units, which together provide approximately 57 megawatts of generation. At the time of Unit 15 tripping offline, Units 23, Unit 27, and Wärtsilä Engine 5 were all offline for maintenance repairs. There were 3 successful restarts of Unit 15 during this outage event, but the unit performed erratically and in each case failed to stay online for longer than 24 hours. Every time the unit tripped offline, it resulted in a district-wide outage. On Monday, March 30th, a decision was made to pivot and focus efforts on the repair of Unit 27. Unit 15 was kept offline as of that Monday. Repairs on Unit 27 were successfully completed on Monday, April 6th at approximately 1 p.m. That additional generation has allowed us to end the rotational outages. We're continuing to monitor the unit closely and operate cautiously to ensure stability. With Units 23 and 27 unavailable, Unit 15 had been running continuously since September 2025, and with a brief downtime, it actually has been running consistently since January or February of last year. This is because it was the only large unit available for most of that period of time, and WAPA was unable to remove it from service for routine maintenance without risking wider outages. It is also the only gas turbine in the Harley plant that can utilize LPG as a fuel. To recap, early February storms brought lightning, high winds, vegetation damage, causing multiple feeder outages and delays in restoration. Electrical failure on feeder 13 reduced our ability to carry load, forcing temporary rotations. Transmission disruption to St. John, later traced to equipment malfunction. It was not line failure. It required full system testing before restoration. There was a deliberate act of vandalism in March that cut the transmission line to St. John, triggering that island-wide outage. And most significantly, on March 19, Unit 15 failed, triggering a district-wide outage and a prolonged period of rotational service interruptions. Let me be direct and core about the core issue. Our system is operating with aging infrastructure, limited redundancy, and very little margin for error. Unit 15 was commissioned in 1980. It has served this community longer than any current employee at the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority. This unit is older, probably older than most of our employees. It is significantly past its expected useful life, and its retirement has been contemplated for several years now. FEMA has agreed to replace the unit as part of the prudent replacement plan for the Randolph-Harley Power Plant. For months, we haven't been able to do maintenance, provide the maintenance that the unit needs, and it's hard to justify large investments on a unit that is ultimately slated for retirement. As of 2021, the unit is deemed obsolete, meaning the manufacturer no longer produces that model turbine, and spare parts are now mostly sourced from the aftermarket. That is not a sustainable position for any utility. These incidents were all problematic. Each incident was unique in nature, and while they are illustrative of the challenges faced by WAPA, they are also all solvable. I understand that what people remember is the outage and not the explanation, but it's important to say this clearly. This was not neglect. This was a system under pressure responding to multiple compounding failures. All things considered, our teams restored service repeatedly, safely, and as quickly as conditions allowed. We are not standing still. The authority has a clear path forward that will provide tangible improvements to our delivery of reliable service in the St. Thomas-St. John District. There are firm long-term plans, intermediate plans, and short-term plans. We can start with the short-term plans, and per our invitation, defined as 0 to within 6 months. On St. Thomas, we are nearing the completion of construction of the bypass to feeder 13's transmission line. The construction of this bypass is approximately 95% complete. You've probably observed the work going on behind the Snyder Hospital. The project is fully funded by FEMA through its public assistance program. Short term, within the next 6 months on St. John, we're looking at the installation of emergency standby generation for that island. The authority is pursuing an expedited path for the installation of emergency standby generation. Several vendors have presented suitable and viable proposals. This project is funded by FEMA through its public assistance program as well. The repair of the Great Bay 34.5 kV transmission line to St. John. That submarine line was damaged several years ago. The authority has identified the location of the damage to the line and has identified a contractor capable of conducting the repairs. A vendor has been engaged already in the manufacturing of the necessary inline splices. This project, as of right now, is currently unfunded, but we are proceeding, and we will speak to that later in the testimony. Temporary repair of the 13.8 kV Ridge Road distribution circuit at Cabrita Point. This submarine cable provides an alternate means of energizing feeder 7E on St. John. The circuit was damaged during Hurricane Irma. FEMA has agreed to fund its permanent replacement as part of the horizontal bundle of underground projects for the east end of St. Thomas. However, construction is not expected to commence for another 12 months. The authority is instead pursuing a temporary repair that will make the line available for emergency use within the next 6 months. A contractor has been identified to conduct those repairs. This project is also currently unfunded. Territory-wide, we are pursuing the installation of distribution automation devices. These devices will allow WAPA to isolate and restore electrical service to customers in sections both locally and utilizing SCADA. These devices can detect and isolate faulted areas of the power system, allowing for quicker service restoration and ultimately leading to fewer and shorter outages for our customers. This project is funded by HUD through the Community Development Block Grant for Electrical Grid Stabilization and is administered by the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. We are pursuing the installation of new distribution transformers. WAPA right now has a large inventory of what we refer to as mild steel encased non-CSP transformers. Those transformers are prone to corrosion. This project aims at replacing those pole-mounted transformers that are older than 20 years with stainless steel tanks. The new transformers will be of the type completely self-protected, fitted with internal protection and lightning surge protection. This project is also funded by HUD through the Community Development Block Grant for Electrical Grid Stabilization that is administered by the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. As far as intermediate plans, somewhere between the next 6 months and the next 24 months, on St. Thomas, we are looking forward to the installation of temporary generation in the Randolph-Harley plant. This project is funded by FEMA through its public assistance program and is being administered by the Office of Disaster Recovery through its Super Project Management Office. We're looking forward to the development of the Fortuna Solar Farm. VIA Electron has already begun construction. That is a 25 megawatt solar farm in the state Fortuna, and that project is funded through our existing power purchase agreement with VIA Electron. We also anticipate the start of construction on the development of the Bovoni Solar Farm. VIA Electron is also pursuing that project, a 10 megawatt solar farm in the state Bovoni. That project is also funded through a power purchase agreement with VIA Electron. We are pursuing the installation of an additional battery energy storage system at the Randolph-Harley Power Plant. The plant currently has an 18 megawatt hour of battery storage capacity. The goal is to add another 18 megawatt hours of storage capacity. That project is funded by FEMA through its public assistance program and is being administered by ODR through the Super PMO. We're looking forward to the installation of a battery energy storage system at the East End substation. Specifically, we're looking at a 15 megawatt, 30 megawatt hour battery storage system that will provide the ability to service feeders 9C and 7C. That project is also funded by HUD through the CDBG E-Grid fund that is administered by VIHFA. In the intermediate term on the island of St. John, we are looking forward to the development of the St. John Solar Farm. VI Electron is pursuing that development of a 10-megawatt solar farm, and that project is also funded through the existing power purchase agreement we've executed with VI Electron. As we look down the road to a 2 to 3 year planning window, we expect to have the permanent replacement of units 14 and 15 in the Randolph-Harley Power Plant with at least 32 megawatts of new generation. That project is funded by FEMA through its Public Assistance Program and is being administered by ODR through its Super PMO office. We're looking forward to the rebuild of the transmission feeders 11 and 12. Following the damage of feeder 11 during Hurricane Maria, there's been extreme stress on the 2 active transmission lines. This has also eliminated the level of redundancy that was provided when all 3 lines were active. This project is funded by HUD through the Community Development Block Grant, CDBG E-Grid, administered by VI HFA. We're looking forward to the development of the St. Thomas, Bovoni Eastern BESS and Microgrid project. This project will provide an alternative energy source to a portion of southeastern St. Thomas. This project is to be funded through the FEMA Hazard Mitigation Grant Program, with the solar and wind energy resources funded through existing power purchase agreements with independent power providers. The development of the St. John microgrid. This project would allow St. John to island independent of the Harley Power Plant by combining utility-scale solar, conventional generators, battery energy storage systems to meet customer demand. It's primarily funded by FEMA through its Public Assistance Program, with the solar energy being funded through the previously mentioned existing power purchase agreement with VI Electron. There's a reality, so that speaks to the plans, both short-term, intermediate, and long-term, specifically for the St. Thomas, St. John district. There is, however, a reality that we cannot ignore, and I want to take this moment to remind the community. For many years, the authority has been losing money on every barrel of oil that we purchase. This is an inconvenient truth because I think everyone in this room can agree that our electricity rates are currently high. It creates a real conundrum because we cannot solve our problem by simply raising the rates. WAPA has been operating for years in a position where the cost of goods, services, labor, fuel, they're all increasing, as we can see in our community. The gap has been managed for over a decade by deferring maintenance, prioritizing critical vendor payments, cutting operating budgets, etc. Those budget cuts, well, they've resulted in inadequate staffing, sometimes a shortage of tools and equipment, a shortage of fleet vehicles, and inadequate training. Realistically, there is no overnight fix. That is a true challenge. How do we responsibly reduce operating expenses without placing a burden on our customers or eroding the quality of the service that we provide? It is a difficult challenge, but one that we are skillfully trying to navigate. To assist the authority, this body must recognize that reality. We can resolve these fiscal woes, but it will require focus and persistence to the finish. In conclusion, Senators, the buck stops with us. We accept that responsibility fully. Our job is to provide reliable, affordable service and regain the trust of our community. To get to the finish line, we cannot do it alone. We need partnership. We need a stable regulatory environment. We need action on the suggested legislative measures that we presented in last year's budget presentation. We need timely progress for our critical infrastructure funding. We need the continued backing for projects like the Ridge Road and Great Bay repairs for St. John. I ask this body to support Senator Angel Bolkis's proposed bill that would fund those two projects that would immediately restore redundancy to the island of St. John. We need community support for our developing solar farms. We can meet every goal that we've outlined above if we are all working together. I want to thank the many members of the community and our governmental partners that have been very supportive during these last few weeks. I thank the employees of the authority for being unwavering during these very stressful times. Believe me, the mechanics in our power plants can fix anything. Both the electrical and water systems have had many late nights and early mornings out in the field and in the power plants. But they've consistently answered the call to duty, and I truly appreciate them. They deserve recognition, and our customers deserve results. We are wholeheartedly committed to delivering both. I thank you for the opportunity to testify here today, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. CEO. The next person on the lineup, HFA. Testimony for HFA. Can you? Well, we'll save the testimony until the director of ODR, Ms. Ottley, you prepared to proceed with your testimony?
This is better, yes. Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Milton E. Potter, Chairman of the 36th Legislature's Committee of the Whole, fellow testifiers, and the listening and viewing audience. I'm Adrienne L. Williams Octolin, Director of the Virgin Islands Office of Disaster Recovery. And before I begin, I would like to state on record that addressing the territory's power generation needs is the utmost priority for the ODR. We have made great strides towards helping the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority to advance its recovery efforts. The ODR works collaboratively with FEMA and WAPA to assess and analyze the power generation needs of the territory and develop a comprehensive plan to improve the quality of life, quality of service to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. In February 2025, those efforts resulted in the final approval and obligation of two prudent replacement projects, one for the replacement of the generation assets at the Randolph-Harley Power Plant in St. Thomas, and the other for the replacement of generation assets at the Estate Richmond Power Plant on St. Croix. After notification, the ODR Super Project Management Office immediately began working with WAPA to draft a joint solicitation, which strategically bundled both projects together in an effort to expedite the work and attract sufficient interest. ODR released that joint solicitation in June of 2025, and in December 2025, ODR selected RG Engineering, Javelin Gramercy Ventures joint venture as a progressive design builder to design and replace the power plants in both districts. The contract is in the final stages of negotiations, and we anticipate that it will be executed shortly. Upon execution, RG will immediately begin the work to procure and install temporary generation at both power plants, prioritizing Randolph-Harley, while concurrently advancing system studies, equipment sourcing, and designing efforts to determine the most optimal long-term generation solutions to the territory. ODR, in collaboration with WAPA, is in the process of identifying and sourcing generation assets for both the temporary and the permanent power installations, which includes a short-term plan to facilitate emergency power generation on the island of St. John. To that end, ODR and WAPA have proactively prepared an amendment to FEMA, which, once approved, will allow WAPA to source and procure power generation assets that can be deployed throughout the territory to support immediate generation needs. Additionally, ODR has engaged with both FEMA and DPNR to facilitate an expedited environmental approval needed to facilitate the installation and operation of those units. Honorable Senators, thank you for the opportunity to present testimony regarding the status of the Prudent Replacement Project. We value your time and consideration and anticipate collaborating with this body to advance our recovery efforts. Remain available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Williams Octolin, for your testimony. I'm not going to ask Madam Clerk if you can read the testimony of Mr. Eugene Jones, Executive Director of the VI Housing Finance Authority, into the record.
Testimony by Mr. Eugene Jones, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Housing Authority. As requested, the authority appears before you today to provide clarity regarding the status of all funds awarded, appropriated, received, obligated, and expended in connection with the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority. Following the 2017 storms, the authority received the Community Development Block Grant, Disaster Recovery, Mitigation, and Electrical Grid Grants, CDBG Disaster Recovery. In 2023, the Office of Disaster Recovery assumed programmatic oversight of the Disaster Recovery Grant as a sub-recipient, and as such will speak to the status of those projects. CDBG Mitigation and Electrical Grid. The CDBG Mitigation and Electrical Grid Grant funds administered by VHFA are intended to support activities that increase long-term resilience to natural hazards and reduce risks to life, property, and economic stability, particularly in areas impacted by federally declared disasters. Of the $774.1 million in MIT funds, $145 million was awarded to WAPA and fully expended for the acquisition of the VTOL infrastructure. Of the $67 million in electrical grid funds, WAPA applied and was approved for $35.7 million of the rebuilding and installation of feeders 11 and 12, distribution automated devices, transformer replacements, and battery energy storage systems, BESS. These projects are currently in the environmental stage, awaiting consultations from our partnering agencies, the Department of Planning and Natural Resources and the Virgin Islands Port Authority, and testing. Once the consultation and testing results are received, VIHFA is poised to engage in a HUD-required 7-day public notice period. Following the public notice period, HUD has a 15-day approval processing period that culminates in VIHFA's receipt of an authority to use grant funds, AUGF, which is HUD's formal approval documentation that will allow WAPA to begin project implementation. In conclusion, as of this testimony, there are no payments pending VIHFA's approval on behalf of WAPA and or related vendors. The authority remains firmly committed to advancing all eligible projects with efficiency, accountability, and adherence to HUD regulations. Thank you. This concludes the reading of the testimony, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I know my colleagues were rightly a little irritated when I said I was going to have Madam Clerk read the testimony of Mr. Jones into the record, because rightfully so, there are any number of highly compensated, important people working for the VI Housing Finance Authority who could have been here physically to read the testimony and to answer questions. But I just felt that the information was important enough for the general public to hear it. But we are very disappointed that no one from the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority decided to come here, face the public, because it's not facing us, but it's really answering to the people of the Virgin Islands. So it is very disheartening. Colleagues, we're going to go to 7-minute round. We're going to go to a 7-minute round. Prior to the 7-minute round, I'm going to recognize you for your point of information. 1 second, Senator Bolkes. But I wanted to, you may proceed with your point of information, Senator Bolkes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues, people of the Virgin Islands, central staff, and the testifying panel here before us. In the testimony from the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, it was mentioned in their testimony that on March 14th, the transmission line was deliberately, using that as a key word, cut with a mechanical device And of course, this attack is an attack on the infrastructure of the authority. And based on my research, the destruction of any energy facility or their property is under federal law under 18 U.S. Code 13, Section 1366, with willfully damaging or attempting to damage the property of an energy facility such as a electrical substation, power line, transmission line, is actually a federal offense. And this law is often used in infrastructure attacks or copper theft. Well, it's also punishable by 5 or 20 years on different penalties. But my question is, because I heard in the testimony it was only referred to the Virgin Islands Police Department. I'm curious to know why that was not referred to the Federal Bureau of Investigation or any other federal authorities, and has it been classified by the authority as a federal crime? And what is the status of the investigation, and has the facility been secured since then?
So that night, Senator, we did file a police report. The acting line superintendent at the time, Mr. Fernando Joseph, filed a police report after he saw the damage done to the cable. The next morning, I notified Director of VITEMA, Darrell Joshin. He convened a meeting of VIPD along with the Virgin Islands Fusion Center that investigates those sort of incidents, that keeps an eye out for terrorist acts, etc. I did share with them that I thought the matter had a nexus and should be referred to the FBI for investigation, and it was an attack on critical infrastructure. So I did meet with Commissioner Mario Brooks and Chief of Police Deborah Hodge, along with the Director of the Fusion Center and the Director of VITEMA the very next morning to discuss the incident and the fact that I thought it was a serious attack on critical infrastructure.
And has the property been secured since the crime?
We that's something I won't discuss in a public setting. It's probably not appropriate to discuss in a public setting.
Well, what I don't want, Chief Executive, Mr.
I want to discourage, for the point of information, I want to just keep it very tight and very concise. And you're going to have time to really drill down during your testimony. So I don't want to, you can finish your thought, but just
I appreciate it, Mr. Chair. It's just that, I just really want to make sure that this doesn't happen again.
Right.
It changed a lot of lives over a 72 plus hour period. And we just want to make sure that the infrastructure is safe. So that's why, if he's not liable to say so right now on the floor, I understand. But at least I would like to get through the chair to the rest of myself and the colleagues that information.
Yeah, we certainly don't want to have a repeat of that incident. That's a catastrophic incident for us as well, having that many customers out. But I don't want to discuss security vulnerabilities and how we've addressed them in a public setting.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Senator Blyden, you recognize your point of information.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. Director Knight, I can't understand what you're saying, but at the same time, we are talking about lives that have been affected in so many ways. And you don't have to go into any detail, but that was my line of questioning also, because my question was, are we even at least monitoring that area right now, and what is being done to secure it, because to me that's national security in terms of St. John, because that's a separate island apart from St. Thomas and St. Croix, and we must do some immediately, instantaneously, to quell that type of activity. And if we say we are, it will probably divert them from doing it, trying to do it again also. So you don't have to give details, but I think it's important enough, and the people will feel more safer that yes, they are addressing it and they on top of it. Something, you don't have to give detail because you're correct, but at the same time, I mean, we need to know that our people are well protected. Thank you so much for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. You want to respond?
Yeah, I mean, what I'd like to say is we're taking steps towards securing the site. That's probably as much as I should reasonably put on the public record.
Thank you. Senator Viola, you recognize your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. I think the question that was asked previously by the senator from St. John, was it referred to the FBI? That's really a yes.
It was not. It was not referred to by WAPA.
No. Was it referred to the FBI by the police department?
Let me confer with my security personnel to see if they have knowledge of that. I personally don't have knowledge of that.
This was a criminal act that could be labeled as terrorism against an entire island because electricity was cut to the entire island. So I would think that everybody would be in government would be saying this needs to be referred to the feds because we need help because we don't want this to happen again. If it wasn't referred to the feds, that's sending a different message, you know. Then I don't know what that message is. If it wasn't referred to the feds, why wasn't it? Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Your concern is understood. So hopefully, Mr. Knight, you can give us some feedback at some point as to whether or not.
I will try to find out, but again, let me say I refer the matter to our local law enforcement. I advised them of the seriousness and the critical nature. I involved our emergency management agency, and I involved our fusion center. I think the question should be posed to them as to how did they respond to that me bringing to their attention an attack on our critical infrastructure.
Thank you for your response. Samoye, you wanted to?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Senate President and colleagues of the 36th Legislature. I would like to say that the board is well aware of this problem. Executive Director Knight has kept us informed of the issues. I would like to say that he is correct that when something like this happens, we have to be very as correct as we can in terms about what we discuss regarding how we may secure and exactly the path to restoration as well, because we don't want this to happen again. So in addition to that, I would like to say that once the board was notified that this happened, we did provide some questions and give our concerns to the executive director and his team to ensure that when we do repair those cables to St. John, coming from St. Thomas and also on the St. John side, that we do a better job going forward to secure them. I would say that this has been the case since these cables were laid. And now we have the opportunity to better secure these facilities going forward. And with Mr. Brown on Mr. Knight's team, I think he will ensure that this will take place in the future. So I just wanted to give you the board's perspective on that, because I think that is very important. And that's why I'm here today to support the authority with this request to be present this afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, if I could just, I just want to be very clear. So in my meeting with the local law enforcement officials, I did ask that the matter be referred for federal investigation. I told them the nature of what I thought the nature of the crime was, and I did request that it be referred to the feds for investigation.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification, but you haven't received any feedback as to what it was?
I have not.
The details in that regard. Senator Avery Lewis, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. And good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. Mr. Knight, this nuts. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Boche, Moise.
Moye. Yes, Senator.
Moye. I heard your response, but let me carry it a step further. As the board authorized Mr. Knight to look into securing not just that facility, but harden the security at all facilities. St. Thomas, St. John, St. Croix, Water Island. Have we looked into it, whether it's cameras, manpower, whatever, you know. I know you're going to tell me you're strapped for cash, but this is something that we really need to look into. And I really need to hear from the board, because the people of the Virgin Islands think the board is the 15 elected senators and the governor and lieutenant governor. So you're all going to speak up and support Mr. Knight. So this is your opportunity here now. Tell me how you authorize Mr. Knight to secure the rest of the facilities.
Respectfully, Senator and Legislature, this is why I am here today. Exactly why I'm here today. I will say once we were notified, and the executive director can tell you how many times I email him at night, often late at night. I had 3 questions. What happened? Do we follow a certain protocol to make sure that these facilities are secured? And if we're under that jurisdiction, which actually I know that we're not under that jurisdiction, do we follow those rules? The reason I asked those questions was because we are not under that jurisdiction. There's NERC, the National Electric Reliability Corporation. They manage all critical infrastructure across the United States. Unfortunately, we are not under that jurisdiction. We have the opportunity to abide by that jurisdiction as best as we can. And that's why I asked the question that evening. So the board is well aware of the work that is taking place to repair the lines, because right now we have one line to St. John. And hold on. And we want to make sure that when those lines are repaired.
Wait, hold on. No, you hold on for me.
Hold on, man.
1 second.
Yes, sir.
Colleagues.
Some ways. Maurice.
Yes, sir.
My question was, has the board authorized Mr. Knight to harden to harden the infrastructure, the security at the different facilities that WAPA run? Whether it's where they put the lines, where they put the poles, and then we can carry it a step further. Have we hardened the online infrastructure? So we make sure we're breach and so forth. But right now, the critical part was somebody went in and tampered with a line.
Right.
Okay.
That caused confusion. That the whole island was out of power. St. Thomas has been back and forth, but that's my question is, what are we doing to harden? We adding more cameras? We doing adding more security personnel? That was the question. Has the board authorized Mr. Knight to do this?
So let me just step in, senators. Let me try and be as clear as possible. We are ready. With or without board authorization, we immediately took steps, and we continue to take steps in securing that facility. I just simply do not want to discuss in any considerable detail what those steps are. But we have taken steps.
Let Mr. Knight conclude.
Yeah, we've taken steps, and we are securing the facility.
Colleagues, I'm going to choose to move on.
And I didn't want you to tell me.
The FBI has in fact been notified.
Excuse me, Mr. Knight. I did not want you to sit down here to tell me we put a camera in this corner, we put a man in here, over here, or whatever.
Sir Lewis.
Have you taken steps? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Colleagues, this may be a long day, and I don't want we haven't even gone to the first round of questioning as yet. So I don't want to get distracted by points of information and not get to the actual questioning. So I'm going to ask you to hold off with your points of information. We may have a second round. So you'll be allowed, save your questions for when your round comes, and we will give you an opportunity for a second round to elaborate on whatever other questions you may have. But I'm going to start my round of questioning with Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. You're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you. I thought I had to turn into a point of inquiry queen in a minute because this was taking a while. But thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you to my colleagues. Good day to my colleagues, the people of the territory, to the testifiers, staff, everyone within the sound of my voice. I was here listening to the responses, and I'm going to call BS on all of this. That's just my personal feelings. And even I, as a senator, knew about a year and a half ago, St. John cable was barely hanging. Like, I had this discussion about a year and a half ago. Like, St. John was barely holding on by a prayer. So when are you going to come pull up a picture to tell me all of a sudden they get caught? I'm just not buying it. I will wait till whenever this investigation come out, and we'll go from there. Because, and I almost take it kind of, in my opinion, crazy that it's something like this that affected an entire island. And when my colleague initially asked the question about the FBI, I just wanted to hear, was it reported or not? I heard, I speak to this person, to that person, to this person, to this person, and I just didn't hear if anything was really done. Because I own a radio station. And do you know that anything that deals with federal disruption, it is a criminal act? Somebody calling into my station and just blocking and just ringing it, just blocking people from using it, that's a criminal offense. And I could, on my own, get up and contact the FBI. So I didn't realize we had so many levels of bureaucracy to contact the FBI. I mean, I have picked up the phone and called them and spoke to them myself. Called them in the Puerto Rico office, had conversations. So I had no idea that it was all of these levels just to contact the FBI when I've done it. So this conversation kind of sounds strange to me, but like I said, I am going to pray that some kind of investigation is happening. Because if what you said truly happened, I'm the type of person, what would be the motive for somebody to want to go in, cut a line that would disrupt our people over in St. John? So a lot of things in my head, certain things don't add up, but I'll wait for this investigation to happen, like quite a bit of these other investigations that have happened over the years. But I want to ask some questions quickly. You said that there's a system that potentially to give St. John their own mini grid. There's a potential to get that set up. Is there a time frame, and is there a possibility of how long? Now, when I said time frame, I'm talking about potentially if this project, when it potentially could be started. And then also, was there any assessment done as to how long it would potentially take to get completed?
Yeah, the project has already started. The design phase is on the way. The portion for Coral Bay is about 60% completed in design. Franks Bay is about 30% completed in design. The microgrid, which you're referring to, has component parts. So one component of that is the generation. We're trying to fast track the generation, so I put that within a 6-month window that we can actually fast track the generation portion of the project. It includes a solar renewable portion, which is probably more in that 6-month to 24-month time frame. And it also includes the battery energy storage, which is probably in that 6-month to 24-month time frame. But the generation will allow independence for power production for the island of St. John, and eventually we just want to coordinate those three sources of energy.
So roughly, based on what you're saying, within 6 months, they could potentially be generating their own power?
Yes, that's what we're shooting for.
And 24 months to finish the whole project?
That sounds about right.
Understood. This is on the record, so I will be following up and monitoring.
That's fine.
Good. I also want, have you guys ever looked at would you consider the water part of WAPA privatized?
No, we have a water distribution business. We purchase water that's produced by through a contract, but we distribute the water.
Another company.
We have a contract for the production of water, but we distribute the water. We are responsible for.
Let me say this, and I'm trying to my time.
1 minute 30 seconds.
Oh God. Previously, WAPA used to do all of this, and then a whole chunk of it was outsourced. And you guys just deal with the distribution part. Is that correct? Because you guys purchase it from a private company that now runs the contract. And I'm trying to look at every aspect. What are your thoughts? Because let's be real. WAPA don't run good. It just doesn't. We have dumped hundreds of millions of dollars into this entity. It is what it is. It just does not run good. And I'm starting to think that maybe if that part is removed from the government side, now I'm not saying we have to give it up, but y'all were willing to let go the production part of the water. What are the possibilities of that part the government runs directly potentially going under contract like you did, because we have to start looking at other alternatives, because what we have been doing for decades is not working, and it's destroying the fabric of this territory. It's disrupting the everyday lives of the people of this territory.
30 seconds.
And I can't keep coming in here. I've been to so many WAPA meetings with you guys. I've heard every solution, every idea, every coulda, woulda, shoulda, maybe, yes, no, rate going up, rate going down, propane, let me buy this. It's nonstop. But at the end of the day, the customer is not being made whole. And that's the bottom line. I feel like I'm being held hostage by a company that I am paying for a service that is so lousy that I don't even have a choice but to accept it.
Time.
Because this is all this community basically has. And then what ends up happening, let me just quickly wrap up.
You can wrap up, Senator.
When you have a situation of the larger customers are so fed up with WAPA, they come off of the grid, they go set up their own solar system or whatever the case is. Then all of a sudden, we are in a quagmire because you guys are not pulling in enough money. And then all of a sudden, it falls right back on the rest of the people of this territory. You're not doing maintenance because the money getting deferred. I mean, it's a lot of things that are happening. So I need to actually start having serious conversations about how we're going to get this fixed, because the constant talking is not working. But you could respond and I'll listen. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis Heidegger.
Yeah, certainly. I would love to have conversations about how we can get this fixed. Approach me and let's have a conversation. I can give you some real insight on how we get this fixed. Your question about the part that the government, which part are you referring to? What are you, be more specific, what are you referring to? No, you said there's the part that the government owns, turning that over private. I thought that was your question.
No. I'm saying, okay, what I was saying is that Water and Power Authority, the water part is basically being run and generated by a private company, and you guys distribute it. It's not what you said.
It's not. That's a simplification. We have the bulk of the water business is still on us. You know, we deal with the customers, the lines, the meters, the accounts. The only thing we have is the source of production. Instead of producing it through the very energy-intensive ID plants that we used to, that used to be coupled with our energy production and our steam boilers. When we got rid of the steam boilers and we moved, we had to decouple. So we produce
what did
water.
I say was wrong? Another company produces the water. Y'all distribute it. That's all I said.
The water, we have the bulk of the water. But the bulk of the business and the costs is in the portion that we control.
That's not what I stated.
Okay, I'm sorry.
It was simple. They produce the water. Y'all distribute
Let's talk,
it.
Senator. I'm always open for an in-depth conversation.
No problem, but the conversation needs to be had so we could get these things done.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis Heidegger. You're going to have a second opportunity for a quick lightning round after we finish this round. Okay, thank you.
There you go.
Mr. Knight, the emergency standby generation for St. John.
Yes.
You said several vendors have presented suitable proposals. Have you selected a vendor?
As of this morning, yes, we've selected a vendor. We've been doing due diligence with a particular vendor, and we have our eyes on 5 small generating units, 2 3 megawatt, 1 2.5 megawatt, and 2 2 megawatt units that we're looking to acquire. So we're going through the process. I think Ms. Williams-Octolin spoke to some requirements in order for us to get authorization to make that acquisition, and we are, but they're available now, and we're ready to make that acquisition.
Okay. When do you think St. John will actually have backup generation operational on the ground?
To level set expectations, probably not sooner than 4 months from now. But it's probably around that 6-month time frame that I gave the Senator. It shouldn't take us much longer than around six months. Certainly not longer than 9 months. Within the current year, we should be able to have backup generation on St. John.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your response. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Good afternoon to the viewing and listening audience. Mr. Knight, I want to follow up on what my colleague was just talking about. And I want you to try to remember, you might not have been there, but on August 21st, 2019, WAPA had a press release where the agency stated that they have entered into a $2.7 million contract with Wasella for 2 standby 4 megawatts generator and 2 megawatts of battery backup storage for St. John. Somebody tell me, from 2019 to now, what happened to that plan? Who decided to change the plan? And where are the generators for St. John?
Certainly. You're right, I wasn't with the company at the time, but I did inquire, make the same inquiry. There was a plan that was proceeding. There was a consultant that was guiding some of the decision making, and I think there was a point in time when the physical dimensions of the unit, whether they could place it in the area that was earmarked. There was questions about transporting the unit into the Coral Bay area and logistically how that would be done. Long story short, the consultant gave a report that suggested that that was not the best purchase and acquisition for the authority. The board at the time, I think, made a decision to discontinue pursuit of those generators. And as far as I know, the process stalled after that without an alternative being put on the table. So we're picking it up with designs had already begun, and we're picking that up and trying to finish those. And we have made a decision on generators, and we won't be deterred. I have concurrence from the board to proceed with what we're trying to do with St. John right now.
It's a shame to hear what you say here today, because from 2019 to now, it's just nearly about 7 years. And we sat there thinking that St. John didn't need these generators, which was wrong for anybody to have stopped it and left that just lie doormat for 7 years. This is real. Now, today you came and you had a good bit saying here in your testimony. And my problem with it is nothing have a time frame on it. You talk about installation of distribution automation device. You talk about installation of new distribution transformer. You talk about the permanent replacement of unit 14, 15 with at least 32 megawatts. You talk about rebuild of transmission feeder 11 and 12. You also talk about the development of the St. Thomas Bavoni Eastern Best microgrid. But nothing has a time frame on it. And when folks come here to the legislature and you tell me of all your plans, I need to hear timeline. I need to hear a starting date. I need to hear a finishing date, because all this is for naught. It means nothing to me or to the people who are listening if you don't have a time to start and a finish date. So help me with some of this. And with these transformer, do you have transformer on island now? Because we run the corner from hurricane season. So what's the status on transformer? And then please tell me about all of these things that you spoke about here in your testimony today here as time frame.
All right, so we try to put, in keeping with the invitation for this hearing, we try to put our projects into buckets, short term, less within 6 months, medium term, and long term. So these projects, in some cases, so transformers, we have transformers, but not sufficient for our needs and not sufficient for any major event. This project that I referred to here is a $3 million purchase of transformers. But I can't put a specific timeline. As soon as I get access to the funds, I can start I can put in the order for the transformers. As soon as they arrive on island, we'll start to install them. That is a process that shouldn't take us longer than 6 months. But I don't have access to the funds right now. If you heard the testimony that was read into the record by the Housing Finance Authority, they said that that project is one of those that is going through environmental review. With these projects, until WAPA has full access and control, it's hard to put specific project schedules. We do know that we're about to start soon on the prudent replacement projects. Once those kick off in earnest, we'll be able to provide full project schedules as to what the contractor says that looks like. I did however, sort of indicate that certain things like the splicing of those lines to St. John, the emergency generators, the completion of the Feeder 13 bypass, those are all projects slated to be completed within the next 6 months. In some cases, that's as specific as I can get without actually having my hands on the necessary funding. In the case of Feeder 13, we're waiting for the parts to be shipped from Europe to complete that project. So maybe I can get you a timeline on the delivery of those, but it is difficult to pin down a start date and a completion date
1 minute,
until
30
projects
seconds.
kick off in earnest and contracts are signed.
Now, you also spoke about the St. John generator in your testimony that you're going forward.
Yes.
This is fully funded by FEMA. Is it right for me to say that?
It will be fully funded by FEMA, that's correct.
Any date in mind as to, you say it's in about 30% in the phase of the billing?
I'm not waiting. There is a microgrid, which Senator Francis Heiliger spoke to, that requires some more engineering planning and design. The acquisition and installation of the generators, I don't need to complete that design in order to be able to install and put them in service. And we're proceeding. There's an amendment that has to be done with FEMA that basically we have resources earmarked for the Harley plant. We have to make an amendment in order to earmark some of those resources to serve St. John directly on St.
30
John.
seconds.
And we're working on that. As soon as I get the green light, we're prepared to make the acquisition and to fast track that acquisition.
You know, I really would appreciate that somehow, somewhere in time, that this information is given to the people of this territory, at least for the island of St. John, so people could have a kind of time frame as to when these generator that was supposed to be here or be in order, I should say, from 2019, and to date, we still didn't have them. And if we did go along and continue that process, these wires that was cut would have never put the people in St. John in the problem that we put them in for 3 and 4 days without power. And that's why sometimes when we talk and, you know, everybody blame the legislature. Why are you doing to WAPA? The most we could do is when we bring in you, we ask you these questions and we try to get fruitful information and truthful information. But when you're going to have these delays, it doesn't do good to none of the people in this territory. So if you do have time frame, I'd appreciate if we could get those as soon as you get them and let the people know what's going on. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Franklin Johnson. Director Ottley, I wanted to ask you.
Point of information.
You stated that FEMA approved the prudent replacement projects in February 2025. It's now April 2026. Why has construction not begun? Contract is still in the final stages of negotiation. How long has it been in that stage?
So, Senator, the process starts with putting together a solicitation, and we had to go through the solicitation process. We put it out to bid. There were evidence that we were not going to get enough bidders and enough responders to that solicitation, so we had to extend the solicitation. These big projects are not 30-day solicitations. We solicit for at least 60 days. Then, of course, it has to be evaluated. When we got into the award stage with RG, they had to provide their documentation. That took a longer than we anticipated. We are at the final stages. There were just 2 points left for agreement, which we found a solution. So right now we're expecting the company to come back and accept so that we can execute the contract.
Thank you for your response. Senator Gittins, you had a point of information?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just trying to get some clarity. Will we be getting any testimony from the board itself and from the Public Service Commission, or are they just here to answer any potential questions?
You're not going to get a specific testimony from the board. We're working that through right now regarding the PSC. We are going to provide you with a testimony from the Public Services Commission. I will allow them an opportunity to read it into the record. We didn't receive it. I think it was sent, but there was some issues with who it was sent to, so we just cleared that up. So we're about to have I know it's unusual, but we have to put a pause on testimonies and allow Ms. Sandra Satori, our Executive Director, to read the PSC's testimony into the record.
Thank you. So just to be clear, there's no testimony from the board itself?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're gonna just go in a brief 3-minute recess just so we can make sure everybody has gotten a copy of the PSC's testimony. So the Committee of the Whole meeting will stand in recess for 3 minutes. Colleagues, good afternoon once again. Committee of the Whole is back on the record. We're now going to proceed directly with the testimony from the Public Services Commission. Executive Director, Ms. Sandra Satori, you may proceed with your testimony.
Good afternoon, Honorable Milton E. Potter, President of the 36th Legislature and Chairman of the Committee of the Whole. Good afternoon, Honorable Kenneth L. Gittens, Vice Chairman, honorable members of this body, the staff, my fellow testifiers, and the viewing and listening audiences of the Virgin Islands. I am Sandra L. Satori, Executive Director of the Public Services Commission. And this afternoon, I am accompanied by both Tashawn Hendricks, our Assistant Executive Director, and Boyd L. Sprain, our General Counsel. On behalf of the Public Services Commission, I thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to appear before you today regarding the ongoing electrical service interruptions affecting the St. Thomas St. John District. We acknowledge the seriousness of this moment and the urgency expressed in your letter, Senate President. We also recognize the frustration, the hardship, and the uncertainty that residents and businesses across the territories are enduring. The persistent rotational and island-wide outages have imposed an unacceptable burden on our community. Families have suffered the loss of food and essential supplies. Households have experienced damage to appliances, and businesses have incurred lost revenue. Many of our residents, particularly the elderly, the medically vulnerable, and those with limited resources, have faced heightened health and safety risk. These impacts are not immaterial or without consequence. They are immediate, they're tangible, and they're deeply felt across every sector of our society. The PSC shares the legislature's concern and its commitment to ensuring that the people of the Virgin Islands receive safe, reliable, and reasonably priced utility services. As the territory's autonomous regulatory body, the Commission is charged with overseeing the utilities under its jurisdiction, including, in this case, the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, to ensure compliance with applicable statutes and regulations, and to uphold accountability, transparency, and responsible utility operations in the public interest. We cannot overstate this key fact. These outages were entirely foreseeable and preventable. However, there is no instant cure now that we have arrived at this difficult situation. The return to service of Unit 27 is a great relief, but it is only a temporary relief without additional capacity. Unit 27 will allow WAPA to meet demand, but not provide backup or spare generation for service or maintenance. At the present time, there are three major questions and issues. One, what can be done to make sure that the situation, the regular blackouts and power outages, does not happen again in the near future? How and why did we get to this place? This is an important question so that the errors, the same errors, are not repeated. And three, what long-term steps are necessary to ensure a reliable and efficient future? So what can be done in the short term to stabilize electric production? WAPA needs to have sufficient, reliable generation capacity, and it certainly does not right now. The legislature and the public should have an understanding of the current state of WAPA's generation transmission and distribution systems. This includes candid acknowledgement of capacity constraints, operational challenges, maintenance deficiencies, and any other factors contributing to the ongoing outages. To assist in that, we've attached to the testimony brief summary of the generation capacity available in each of our districts. The legislature should require the presentation and validation of comprehensive recovery and stabilization plan. Such a plan must include specific actions to address immediate generation shortfalls, a detailed maintenance and repair schedule for critical infrastructure, contingency measures to minimize the frequency and the duration of outages, clear performance benchmarks and accountability mechanism, and a realistic and transparent timeline for achieving service reliability. For many years, WAPA's standard was that it should have sufficient generation capacity to operate with its 2 largest units unavailable. In theory, this is WAPA's current status. In practice, it is not. Unit 23 has not been a reliable generation unit for many years. It has been out of service for substantial periods of time, and repairs have been costly. For example, Unit 23 was returned to service in June of 2024, after we'd suffered rotational outages from its absence. By March of 2025, we had a district-wide blackout when Unit 23 failed. By May of 2025, Unit 23 suffered another major breakdown and has not been available since. These are only the most recent issues. Unit 23 repair and maintenance issues go back to at least 2014, and there have been millions of dollars spent on its repair. When Unit 23 is available to run efficiently, it must be run under sufficient load. However, it produces such a large proportion of the generation required that any issue with the generator causes district-wide blackouts. Unit 15 is not only old, but has also been substantially overworked and under-maintained. WAPA has acknowledged that in its own press releases and testimonies. Unit 15 is a sister unit to Unit 16s and 18, both of which have failed and have been retired in the last several years. 16 and 18 have been cannibalized for parts to keep Unit 15 on St. Thomas and Units 17, 19, and 20 on St. Croix operating. The only short-term route to additional capacity which the Commission is aware of is the acquisition of additional mobile generation capacity, either by lease or by purchase. Unit 27 was itself a leased unit, along with several other leased units that operated on St. Thomas from 2012 through 2020. Additional leased units can be installed within a matter of weeks with sufficient resources. It would certainly be preferable if any new units were capable of operating on LPG or propane, as WAPA is currently set up to use that fuel, and it is considerably more cost-effective than diesel. But reliability is critical, so diesel may be the only option in the short term. The only existing short-term projects which offer relief are the solar projects at Fortuna and Bovoni, particularly the Fortuna project. That project is sufficiently large in capacity and in battery storage to afford stability to the grid and the ability to turn off generators during daylight hours for maintenance. The prudent replacement projects do not promise short-term relief. Those are long-term efforts and should not be expected to produce any additional stability or safety margin in the next 2 years. The prudent replacement decisions and the plants acquired will be, as was testified to today, will be a sufficient factor in rates for decades to come. How and why did we get to this place? This is an important question so that the same errors are not repeated and we do not find ourselves back in this place on St. Thomas, St. John, or on St. Croix. The Public Services Commission has been urging and seeking to enforce long-term planning and changes in the generation equipment for at least the last 22 years. At the same time, that Unit at the same time that Unit 23 was being funded and acquired, WAPA fought in the courts to avoid PSC oversight or even the obligation to plan. By 2015, the Public Services Commission had both provided funding for and mandated the performance of a management audit and an integrated resource plan or IRP. Both are regular tools of utility management. Both of those studies identified more than $50 million in annual fuel savings by the modernization of WAPA's generation. A decade later, only a portion of this plan has been implemented. The Wärtsilä generators on St. Thomas. Those are, as we now see, were not enough. Although it has not suffered the current level of outages, St. Croix should not be forgotten. All three of the legacy plants on St. Croix, Units 17, 19, and 20, are the same type and vintage as Unit 15 and the already expired Units 16 and 18 on St. Thomas. The leased Agreco units and the solar projects are the only progress made towards newer, more efficient, and more reliable generation. Aside from the purchase of the used Unit 27 on St. Thomas, the only generation that WAPA has purchased since Unit 23 in 2004 are the Wärtsilä units on St. Thomas. And none of those Wärtsilä units were purchased using WAPA rates and revenues. The first phase of 3 units was purchased using the gas tax revenue under Title 33, Section 3039A. The second phase of 4 Wärtsilä units was made with FEMA providing the major funding. So we must note that due to the decisions of the Virgin Islands Supreme Court, the Public Services Commission did not have the normal authority and jurisdiction over WAPA that a regulatory commission would expect. The PSC could not order WAPA to buy new generation and could not stop controversial decisions, such as the VTOL amended agreements. Only in December of 2021 was this issue addressed, and the Commission unequivocally granted that authority through Act 8471. However, by 2022, WAPA was already in dire straits and options were limited. In early 2022, we had a price spike in fuel, which resulted in ongoing GVI subsidies to prevent further rate increases in what were already the highest U.S. rates. By early 2024, we were again on rotational outages, and in April 2024, Governor Bryan declared a state of emergency. During this, and despite the mandates of the Virgin Islands Energy Act of 2009, WAPA had not moved forward on any serious amounts of renewable energy until 2023. After many months, years in some cases, of WAPA reporting to the PSC that it was nearly ready to sign power purchase agreements without resolution. The Public Services Commission ordered completion of the PPAs within 30 days. All of the current projects are the result of that action. All of the solar projects have been privately funded.
To the wrong chat.
So what long-term steps are necessary to ensure a reliable and efficient future? WAPA needs to become an asset to the Virgin Islands, providing reliable and affordable power to permit economic growth and stability. Currently, WAPA is a significant liability. WAPA is without credit rating or cash. It already has high rates, and it is questionable if raising rates will actually produce additional revenues or simply result in further defections from WAPA's grid and sales. Solar and battery costs continue to decline, and the ease of system operations has significantly improved. WAPA cannot survive as the power company just for those of us who don't have the resources to exit the grid. WAPA needs new generation for baseload, even more pressing on St. Croix than on St. Thomas, St. John. WAPA should continue to outsource renewable energy to reduce the volatility of fuel prices. In taking these steps, WAPA needs both planning and to move expeditiously. WAPA has significant liabilities which must be addressed. The legislature has acknowledged these issues in mandating the preparation of the turnaround management reports. The Commission converts broad legislative directives into enforceable action. Plans are not simply discussed. They are formally filed, they're scrutinized, they're approved with conditions, and monitored against measurable benchmarks. Timelines must be realistic and binding, not aspirational. When performance falls short, the PSC has the authority to require corrective action and ensure accountability. Additionally, the PSC plays a critical role in identifying and minimizing delays in real time that can arise from procurement processes, contracting requirements, fuel supply arrangements, and infrastructure approvals. Equally important, the PSC ensures that all stakeholders, including the legislature, including WAPA, and including the public, are operating from a single transparent set of facts. Through required reporting, open proceedings, and documented decisions, the Commission creates a clear and consistent record of the territory's status and progress. This transparency is essential not only for effective decision-making, but also for restoring public trust. We note that the Office of Disaster Recovery is currently conducting the prudent replacement process for grant-funded new generation. To date, ODR has not responded to Commission requests for information or consultation. At present, the PSC is actively conducting legislatively mandated rate investigations for all regulated utilities. These proceedings are a critical component of restoring stability and accountability across the territory's utility sectors. The investigation of these electric systems is already underway, with a hearing examiner formally engaged and agreements for new technical consultants in place. These rate investigations are not merely administrative exercises. They're designed to ensure that utilities are properly structured, financially sound, and operationally capable of delivering reliable service through proactive planning, rather than the reactive responses that have too often categorized the current experience. Through these proceedings, the Commission will evaluate cost structures, infrastructure needs, operational efficiencies, and long-term capital planning to ensure that utilities are positioned to anticipate and prevent crises, not simply to respond to them. The necessity of the PSC in this moment cannot be overstated. The Commission serves as the autonomous referee between policy and operations, between the directives of the legislature and the execution responsibilities of the Water and Power Authority. Without this independent oversight, even well-intentioned efforts can become fragmented, delayed, or ineffective. The PSC ensures that barriers, whether procedural, regulatory, or operational, are identified early and addressed decisively. However, for this to work, the PSC must have the full support and the backing of this legislature. Efforts that reduce or constrain the capacity, the authority, or the reach of the Commission directly undermine its ability to carry out these mandates and ultimately to protect the public's interest. Strong objective regulation is not an obstacle to progress. It is a prerequisite for it. We appreciate the committee's clear directive that this hearing move beyond general updates. The public deserves, and the PSC fully supports, the establishment of a clear, time-bound, and measurable plan to restore reliable electric service. To that end, we believe this hearing must accomplish three critical objectives. One, the legislature should require WAPA to present and validate a comprehensive recovery and stabilization plan. Two, the legislature must establish a shared and undisputed understanding of the current status of WAPA's generation, transmission, and distribution systems. And then three, WAPA must define a forward-looking strategy that ensures long-term system resilience, financial stability, and capital funding. In closing, again, the PSC fully supports the committee's goals and WAPA's goals of achieving a clear and undisputed agreement on the territory's current position and the path forward. The urgency of this situation demands nothing less. The Commission is committed to ensuring that today's discussion results in concrete, actionable outcomes that provide real relief to the people of the Virgin Islands. And so we thank you, Mr. President, and honorable members for your leadership on this issue and look forward to a productive and solutions-oriented dialogue. This concludes our testimony.
Thank you very much, Executive Director Satori. I know that the document that we have, I was following your presentation. The document that we have in front of me, at least the one that I have, has to that end, we believe that this hearing must accomplish three critical objectives, and that it moves directly to, in closing, the PSC fully supports the committee's goal of achieving a clear and undisputed agreement on the territory's current position and the path forward. So we don't have those three delineated.
And I did state them just now in the testimony.
Yeah.
The fact that the legislature should require WAPA to present and validate a comprehensive recovery and stabilization plan, that the legislature must establish a shared and undisputed understanding of the current status of the generation, transmission, and distribution system, and that WAPA must define a forward-looking strategy that ensures long-term system resilience. And I think that third responsibility is truly a responsibility of all of us as stakeholders, whether it's the legislature, the Water and Power Authority, and the Public Services Commission. But in order for us to do that, we must have the support of the legislature.
Thank you for that. I would like you, even though you stated it clearly, I'd like you to submit that document with those three specific points so that I'll share it to my colleagues also. But I wasn't lost on the fact that you mentioned, Director Satori, that the Office of Disaster Recovery has not been responsive to Commission requests for information and consultation regarding, we know that the Office of Disaster Recovery is currently conducting the prudent replacement process for grant-funded new generation. ODR has not been responsive to Commission requests for information or consultation.
And that's correct. We did reach out in addition to requesting the information directly from the Water and Power Authority. We also submitted correspondence to ODR requesting that same information, simply so that we can review them and, the Commission can continue to make, prudent decisions regarding the utility.
Excellent. Director Ottley, any response to that? Because, I mean, that would be something, I think, vital and critical, that sort of communication link between the Public Services Commission, the subject matter folks, and you. So can you?
Yes, gladly. When I heard that in the testimony, I went back and I just searched my email to see if I had missed a request. I have no request from the PSC. I encourage them to resubmit it, and I will share my email address so that I can send it. But we have not received such request.
A formal request. Okay. Thank you for that. And I want to give you, before we go to the testimony, additional testimony from my colleagues, inquiries from my colleagues, I wanted to give you, Executive Director Knight, the opportunity to put on record the matter regarding the FBI and
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I thought I had clarified it earlier. When the question was asked, I said I don't have knowledge as to whether the matter was referred. I've since gotten confirmation that yes, Wayne Bryan, the director of the Fusion Center, who would have oversight over terrorists and those sort of activities, did refer the matter to the FBI. So yes, the FBI has been notified of the incident.
Okay. Thank you for that. It's important for that to be on the record. I'll now proceed to Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. You're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you listening and present. You know, I will start with the people first. In the testimony from Executive Director Knight, all I heard was high winds, vegetation, blackout, a blowout, limited capacity, and vandalism cause a problem. The people still suffer. So for the Chairman Moye, has there been any discussion with the Executive Director in regards to possibly working out some kind of credit or so for the people of the territory who suffered from these blackouts territory-wide, and people who put food in the fridge and had to throw out food, people who throw out the refrigerators and different things like that? Has there been any discussion regarding that with your CEO?
Good day, Senator DeGraff. Yes, we've had such discussions with the Executive Director.
Okay.
We are always in discussions about this with the Executive Director. I'll let him answer a little bit further as to the steps that the management team is taking.
No, I want you to tell me. I want you to tell me.
No, we have talked to him about it.
Okay, so what is your mandate to him? You're the board chair.
Right.
The board gives a mandate to the Executive Director.
We give directives to the Executive Director, and he goes about the day-to-day operations to execute on that.
Right.
So I will let
your
him.
directive to the Executive Director regarding giving the people credits for some of these things?
The
and then I'll ask him. Correct.
Thank you. The directive from the board was what are we going to do with regards to the outages and what that does to people's equipment, whether it's residential, commercial, or industrial. Now, the Executive Director takes that and works with his team to develop a plan that would be presented to the board in committee for us to consider.
So you have not received that plan yet?
We have not received the plan, but we are actively in discussions with the Executive Director in terms of what that can and should look like,
Okay.
and it comes to the board thereafter.
Okay, Executive Director Knight, what directive do you receive, and what is it going forward, and when will you be ready with that plan to give it to the board?
Let me get to the bottom line, Senator DeGraff. We are a public utility. We do not turn a profit. We do not make a profit. Any expenses, any credits, any payouts, any attempt to compensate anyone for anything ultimately has to be borne by either the ratepayers or be back right here at this body asking for subsidy. There's no profit line in the budget that I can say I'm going to reduce my profits and pay out a credit. So the decisions ultimately has to come as a government, just as after any hurricane or emergency, when disaster SNAP is paid out. It's not paid out by the utility, it's paid out by the government apparatus supporting its residents. We stand ready to support any efforts in that regard.
Okay, so excuse me. So then there's no plan going forward for the people.
I don't see how I can effectively craft a plan that doesn't rob us of the same resources to keep the power reliable.
Okay. Thank you, sir. How much megawatts is generator 27? What megawatts it produce?
Mr. Harrigan?
Good afternoon, Senator DeGraff. Unit 27 is rated for 22 megawatts.
22 megawatts. And 23, how much megawatts?
Unit 23 is rated for 42 megawatts.
42, and Unit 15?
Unit 15 is rated for 24 megawatts.
And what's the peak megawattage in St. Thomas St. John district? What's the peak megawatt per day?
Right now?
Correct. Per day.
The peak megawatts is 55 megawatts in the
55 megawatts. So
Yes.
you have 22, 42, and how much was it? 15?
24.
24 megawatts.
That's rated capacity, yes.
Rated capacity. Then your backup is 7 generators that produce 57 megawatts. Based on the testimony of the executive director. The executive director said, which together provide approximately 57 megawatts of generation. 7 generators. Does that make any sense?
Well, let me add a correction. It's not, the 7 generators do not provide backup. Right now, they're...
Okay, so that's an additional 57.
Correct.
So you have 57 megawatts, 22, 24, and 42, with a peak of 52.
Yes, correct.
So if we have a peak of 52, I don't understand then how you calculate it. So you're telling me 57, oh man, sorry about that, get up. 57 plus 22 plus 24 plus 42. You have way more electric current that you generate on a regular basis to cover your total.
If
of
all
52.
units are operable at that time, so if you read my
But all
testimony,
units don't need to be operable based on what the gentleman said. Don't need to be operable at the same time. You could run generator 23 with 42 megawatts, a turbine generator, 42 megawatts, and you could run that one and 15 and take care of the entire 52 megawatts of running time.
That's correct,
Peak.
but both units are unavailable.
Right, but I'm saying when they're available, those two alone, you don't need the others.
Right, but we
and we
haven't...
still have major problems.
We haven't had a period where all those units have been available since installing our new capacity. So
But that's what I'm saying. The new capacity is only the Wattzillers. How much megawatts how much Wattzillers we have? 3?
7.
7. 7 Wattzillers.
Senator, let me it's
so
more complicated than you're making it out to be. First of
okay,
all,
no, wait. Hold one second. Hold one second. See, because this is what I'm trying to say. This is what we're trying to get to, that we consider the truth. And we're listening to what your testimony is. So if you say 7 generators, a capacity of 57 megawatts, 52 megawatts is your peak in this district. Those 7 generators alone should run the generation. You could shut down the other 3 because you have 57 megawatts.
but in my
running
testimony, I
52
pointed out that
peak.
Wattsilla 5 was off at the time when the other 3 were offline.
That's what's happening now. That's what's happening now. But I'm talking about from the time we got the Wattzillas up and running, those 3 turbines could have shut down for maintenance, whatever, because you had maximum, you have 57 megawatts to cover 52 peak. That's simple math. If it's more complicated than that, tell me. And then we go.
I mean, the fact is we have not had this kind of a prolonged generational outage due to unavailability of units, at least not in my tenure in WAPA. I think we've had periods where we've lost a couple units, and within a few hours, we've been able to restore those units. So you have points where we've had to rotate. But the reality is it was a perfect storm. I also need to tell you that 23 and 27, they run on diesel. It's not our preferred choice of fuel because you could see what's happening with fuel prices right now. So it's not getting the most economical balance in the plant is one thing, and the availability of the units is another thing. And so, yeah, it's important for the public to know we have tons of generation capacity, potential. We have to keep the units maintained. We have to keep them online.
Thank you. Just to close out, Mr. Chair. So I'm just saying, though, the Wattzillas are brand new to the territory. Brand new. 7 of them could take care of what we need. That's one. And so through the chair, I would like to get the maintenance reports from WAPA to be presented to us. Board Chair Moye, could you produce the maintenance reports, all of that the board should have access to. The maintenance reports of the Watsillas and the other turbine generators. Please, through the chair. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Duran DeGraaf. Senator Ray Fonseca, you're recognized for your point of information.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to follow up.
If I may, Senate President Potter, for the sake of Senator DeGraaf, can Mr. Harrigan make a quick point of clarification so it could be on the record in this body? Is that okay?
Absolutely, I'll allow
That's
that.
okay?
Yeah, so while our installed capacity is well over our system demand, we have not had a period in time where the Wärtsilä engines have been installed and operational, as well as our aging infrastructure being operational as well. Right after Hurricane Ernesto, there was a very short period where we had multiple standby units due to the operational status of Unit 23. However, once the issues started to happen with the commissioning for the second phase of the Wärtsilä engines, that kind of went away. And then we lost Unit 23. And during that time, our install capacity remained the same, but actually what we could produce and operate drastically was reduced.
Please recognize Senator DeGraaf's mic.
Yeah, okay, I got you, but like I was saying, 7 Wärtsiläs are brand new. They old Wärtsiläs, the turbine engines are the old ones. You have 7 brand new generators that can cover our peak output. Something wrong. Something is wrong. I don't have to be an engineer, electrician or so. Something is wrong. Without a doubt. That's all I say. That's the facts what I want to hear. That's the truth what I want to hear. What is wrong? What is going wrong that we have the generators, we have the output capacity, and we're not doing what we're doing, and we're comfortable with abusing our residents by leaving these power outages happen. That's my problem.
Senator DeGraaf, I'd encourage you to come and visit the plant so we can actually have a real conversation about this matter. Please.
Thank you. Thank you. And before your point of information, just piggybacking off of what Senator DeGraaf mentioned, I just wanted to understand, have the Wärtsilä generators ever functioned at maximum capacity? I mean, I don't know if that's the...
Yes, the Wärtsilä generators did function at maximum capacity, and I've made a point of saying that even during this incident, 6 out of the 7 were the only generators. 6 Wärtsilä generators are the only thing that carried the load for St. Thomas St. John for the last 2.5 weeks. So we've gotten, now the 4 newer units are about a year old, but the older phase 1 units are getting to be about, what, 5 years now?
More than that.
They're more than 5 years old. So, they're still fairly new, but, understand that they didn't just get installed. Yeah. We're actually at a point where we need to take them down and start to look at overhauls for those units. So I just need to put some context on that conversation. And yeah, it is whack-a-mole. Trying to, with the new generation, came just in time, because without those Wärtsiläs, we'd have been in a world of hurt. And we needed those Wärtsiläs to give us some capacity to take down those larger units so we could actually do the necessary maintenance on those units. Those 3 units are all past their maintenance intervals and needed to be taken down. When we don't take them down, when we don't schedule their outages, they take themselves out. And so that's what's been happening to us.
So the 6 out of the 7 that are functioning to their maximum capacity, maximum potential, or are they functioning but not functioning to the levels that they should? That's really my question.
The simple answer is yes. I have to point out, Mr. Harrigan being the technical person that he is, the 3 phase 1 units that are now ready for their 50,000 hour maintenance overhaul, instead of 7 megawatts, they're giving us closer to 6 megawatts.
Okay.
Once we do that maintenance overhaul, they'll be back at their rated capacity. The 4 new ones are at 9 megawatts, which is their rated capacity.
Okay. Thank you for your response. Senator Fonseca, you recognize your point of information.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to follow up on the question from the senator from Savon. Unit 15, what's the capacity?
Mr. Harrigan?
Unit 15 is rated for 24 megawatts.
24. And unit 27 was what?
22 megawatts.
22. You see, Mr. Chairman, I have a problem with that because Mr. Knight came before this committee of the whole October 29, 2025, and he gave this committee testimony that unit 27 has 18 megawatts. Today he's saying it's 22. Unit 15 had 18 megawatts. Today he's saying it's 24. So I don't know what to believe. Whether I believe your written testimony from October, which all the senators have a copy, or do I believe what you're saying today? If what you're saying in October, then the senator from Savannah is right. They did not have the capacity, and they don't have the 50-something megawatts. So I have a problem with that.
You have a problem. Let Mr. Harrigan explain it to you.
Yes, explain me the difference from what you gave me in October as to what you're giving me now in April. Thank you. And
Yes,
you can
so-
answer in the chair's time.
Please, Senator Mr. Harrigan.
So what Mr. Knight was providing was the operational capability, and which at the time was 18 megawatts.
No, it says the available capacity. You need to read what you sent us. you know.
That's correct. The
Available capacity means that's what's available.
Right.
You're now telling me it's 22. You tell me it was 18.
That's rated capacity. That's a difference.
No, the rated capacity was 26. Look at what you gave me. You gave me the rated and you gave me the available. The available was 18. Read what you gave me in October.
Senator, you know, there's no need to confuse the public. I don't come here to lie. There's a nameplate rated capacity. That is what Mr. Harrigan just told you, is what the maximum capacity of those units are. What I gave you is at that point in time, at any point in time, like I just explained with the Watsillas, they're derated to 6 megawatts. At that point in time, that was the available capacity of those units. Based on maintenance and other conditions, ambient air temperature, you name it, that was the production we was getting from those units at that time. With maintenance, you get back up to the nameplate capacity. What Mr. Harrigan put on the record was nameplate capacity. What you're speaking to is available capacity.
No, you're
There's
totally
not an
wrong.
inconsistency between the two statements.
Nope. It says
Okay.
nameplate capacity 26 megawatt, available capacity 18. What you gave me both the nameplate capacity and available capacity. Look at your testimony
But you are citing
to
the
this
available
committee.
capacity and
Can
comparing
you
that to
let
the
me speak?
nameplate
Can you let me
capacity.
speak? Can you let me speak? We both of us can't speak at the same time. I respect your ability to speak, but please let me answer my question uninterrupted.
Okay, Senator,
Look at your
you can wrap up,
testimony.
Senator.
Yes,
Wrap
on
up.
the chair's time. Look at your testimony of October 29, 2025 that you gave to this committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much.
Sure, Senator. We'll take a look at that and see if there were any errors there that need to be corrected. No problem, sir.
Thank you very much. Senator Angel Bolquez Jr., you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to everyone. During the course of this discussion, we've heard that the funding has been approved, projects are planned, contracts are being finalized, and coordination is ongoing. But despite all these things, the lights still are going out. And while we may speak about timelines and phases and approvals, the people who are living with these outages are feeling the brunt of it. And the disconnect, in my opinion, is no longer about planning, it's really about performance. And we've got to come together, all the stakeholders in the energy sector, whether it's the PSC, WAPA, Energy Office, this body and others, to really look at this from a holistic standpoint on how we're going to move forward in these Virgin Islands. Because the way it's been going for decades is not necessarily the best. We know that back in February 2025, Ernst & Young conducted or concluded their report to WAPA and suggested that the utility needed $375 million to stabilize. They also mentioned, as of March 2025, WAPA carried $87 million in unpaid vendor bills, $88 million in long-term debt, and $27 million in deferred maintenance. That's about $577 million. It is now April 2026. So I want to start by asking, what are those numbers today? Have we improved or have we worsened?
Good afternoon, Senator. This is Lorraine Kelly, Chief Financial Officer. The debt structure has vastly improved. When I was at the last hearing several months ago, I reported that over a 5-year history, we have reduced $500 million in debt. Let me give you the updated numbers. Currently today, we have $208 million of debt. Approximately a year ago, that was $30 million higher. We have paid down $30 million of debt. 2 years ago, about 18 months ago, to be precise, in that time frame, our accounts payable for the total amount that we owed vendors, including local and United States vendors, was approximately $400 million. Today, that ranges between about $100 million and $112 million, depending on the circumstances of whether the accounts payable report was just after we got a fuel invoice, which is our largest invoice. But it is currently ranging between $100 million and $112 million. So we have vastly improved and reduced those payables through a combination of renegotiation of contracts, as well as better management of cash and cash procurements. And in addition to that, in terms of requesting and asking certain vendors to be able to accept a certain amount of funding and pay down a discount.
I would want to, and I appreciate the numbers and the clarity, but I do want to maximize as much of my time as I can. While I appreciate the numbers and I'm glad that you're going in the right direction, I do have concerns about, obviously, outages, just like everyone else. Is there anyone on the panel that can provide us how many outages and for how long did they take place in the last 2 or 3 months? Does anyone have that data?
So I think we could get you more precise data. It'll take us some time to compile it.
Not to talk over your CEO, Knight, but where can the general public find that data, if in fact it exists? And if not through the chair, if you can provide it to us, we would definitely want to look at that as well.
We do not necessarily publish the data, but we do, at your request, we can provide that data. The control room does keep very meticulous data. Our power plants keep data on outages. We keep data on both T&D as well as generation outages, so we could certainly compile that for you.
Okay, very well. Chairman Muye, I see you want to.
Yes, Senator Bocas. I think what would be helpful is during our next board meeting, when we could find some time to talk about that, certainly in open session. I think that may be a helpful.
I would appreciate that because, as we know, data drives policy, and from that vantage point, I think it would be very important for my colleagues and I to be able to see the trends as well. Even though that's something that the board would regularly look at, I think it's important for us to also understand the trends.
We will. That will be something I'll make sure we will add to our April board meeting.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Now, when we talk about delays in this grid stabilization and the projects that are within the whole grid stabilization, obviously the longer we take to stabilize the grid, the more it incurs costs. It's going to become more expensive. How much additional fuel or even emergency generation costs has WAPA incurred due to these delays?
Not necessarily in fuel, if I understand your question correctly. I think, so the cost that we incur, the one that no one tends to acknowledge, is lost revenues, right? So every time I have an outage, I'm losing revenues because I can't sell power. Those are users that would have been using power, but for the fact that I can't produce it. So it's not necessarily fuel, that's actually a savings.
1 minute, 30
Where I'm
seconds.
really losing is the revenues because I can't sell power.
I asked the question because you mentioned that WAPA loses money on every barrel of oil recently too as well. So what is the exact?
Yeah, that's not recent. That is just a function that the LEAC does not cover the full expense of our fuel purchases, and that's been for quite some time now. That's years. That's been a consistent trend for the last several years. We just under recover on the LEAC consistently.
In reference to, some of us here in this body have requested a state of emergency, and it didn't seem to be something that the executive branch wanted to institute. But from your operational standpoint, do you believe that you need to continue operating the way that you are, or do you believe going into a state of emergency would be more beneficial to the authority at this given point in time?
The only benefit of a state of emergency would be to put financial resources into WAPA. For the most part, I've read off a litany of projects, short-term, mid-term, and long-term, that are funded. We do have some funding gaps based on this most recent emergency. But for those long-term projects, et cetera, there's capital dollars. Our shortfall is really operating dollars. Working capital is where we're short, not short of funding for capital projects. It's really working capital to keep making our expenses. It's not helpful because as we negotiate with vendors, as we negotiate with investors, we don't want to send messages that discourage them or have them put extraneous terms on us because they feel that we're operating in a state of emergency. These proceedings, today's proceedings, and every public statement ultimately is read by an audience or listened to by an audience a lot more vast than the U.S. Virgin Islands, and we don't want to send the wrong signals. As Ms. Kelly has pointed out, our finances are improving. We don't want to send signals that suggest that we're heading in the wrong direction. And so while we've had this crisis, we don't think of this as being a reoccurring issue. We are in a very precarious position right now with our generation capacity. But to the point of Senator DeGraff and even Senator Fonseca, we do have in the plant right now sufficient generation on a good day to more than meet our needs. We just have a convergence of maintenance issues that have conspired to ultimately put us in the predicament that we're in. If we can resolve those maintenance issues, we have enough generation right now without the new generation to carry the plant.
And Mr. Chair, with your indulgence, please.
I'm not going to say.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. In relation to the transmission lines, I have a BR 1082 to hopefully repair one of the cables, but what is the figure associated with repairing all of the 4 cables that run between St. Thomas to St. John? Because we know that the one cable that we have now is a combination of 2 cables that were connected together to actually create one. So for the listening and viewing audience, you can see how critical that transmission line is at this given point in time. So what is the figure associated with repairing all of those 4 cables between St. Thomas and St. John?
So we're working on estimates. So the one cable we would abandon once we no longer need it. We'll put it back into retirement because it was near its useful life. That's why it was replaced. It's probably about $500,000 to do the repairs. On the existing cable, we do suspect that the fault is in the submarine portion of the cable, and that's why we can't get to it. But we would require a specialized vessel to come into the territory to allow us to be able to effectuate those repairs. Those vessels have a long lead time. And so the most expeditious way for us to move that project, to build redundancy in St. John, is to actually repair the other 2 existing cables. I should point out to this body, and I neglected to put so in our testimony, we are working with our partners at VINGN to put in a brand new cable using NTIA grant funds. They have a need to put in telecommunications, and we can always piggyback on that telecommunication cable to provide power to St. John as well. And so that's a project that we're hoping falls into that 6 to 2 year time frame with our partners at VINGN. Six months to 2 years. 6 months to 2 years.
6 months to 2 years.
Not 6 years. 6 months to 2 year time frame. That intermediate time frame.
That's a big difference. It's a big difference. Thanks for the clarification.
Senator Bolquez, if I may just add one point. I don't know if this is widely known. I have said this before on a couple of occasions when I've been in a hearing Senate situation. The authority, WAPA, consistently, year over year, has an issue with funding between November and April. It is a result of the GVI having funding shortages during that 4 or 5 month period. It happens year over year. And as we face these circumstances, we keep being told when, right now we've got the GVI owes us $18.8 million. We have not been paid streetlight funding for 16 months, not one penny. And the legislature has supported us, and tomorrow we're actually going to present the package for the $4 million. Thank you greatly for the legislature to supporting us to be able to provide that. However, there is a structural gap. And year over year, this seasonal issue where the GVI funding in large part comes in April, it means that WAPA has 3, 4, 5 months every year where we are stretched. That needs to be resolved. In my opinion, the funding cannot come month to month to month without recognizing that there are certain months in the year where there are shortages. And I've said this before, WAPA is the bird cage the bird in the bird cage that the miner is taking down in the mine, the canary in the coal mine. When the oxygen gets low, the bird falls, and the miner knows to get up to full oxygen. WAPA is the bird in the cage. We are a representation of all the GVI agencies struggling at those times of year because their budgets are highly dependent on when their cash flow comes in. We are the recipient of all of the agencies combined. I don't know if there's another agency, maybe Port Authority and maybe potentially Waste Management, but we are one of the few agencies that depends on the health, financial and economic health of every single agency at the same time to pay us. And when they all collectively have a crunch economically and financially, so does WAPA. That portion, I have said again and again, needs to be resolved. And when the budget is established, I've had conversations with the CEOs and the executive directors of many of the other agencies who have told me on day one of submitting the budget to you that the budget that they've submitted to the Senate does not account for the total cost that they know they will have to pay WAPA for the year. That's a problem.
Thank you. Thank you for your strong point, Ms. Kelly. With regards to the single payer utility fund, how has that been working? Is that working?
Thank you for that question. That has been working relatively consistently. The requirement is for the money to be paid on the 15th. Just for full disclosure, in the last 3 months, 2 out of the 3 of them, we did not get payment on the 15th. Our debt payment is approximately, $2.1, $2.2 million. We require, and that payment is to be made on the 20th of each month. We fund it on the 19th. If we do not get that payment from the Department of Finance timely, we are in a crunch. And very often we have a combination of payroll and debt and a fuel payment all in the same week. And when that happens, if those GVI agencies don't pay us on the day that they're required, we are in a crunch.
Understood. Thank you. Point of information, Senator Avery Lewis.
Thank you. So, Mr. Knight, the single rate payer is now working?
I think Ms. Kelly said it is working. It's much more reliable than what had existed prior to it. So it's sometimes a little late, but not the months late that we used to be. And I remember WAPA waiting 18 months or longer for education to pay their portion of the bill. We don't have those issues anymore, but we do rely in real time cash management. We rely on the timeliness of those payments.
I remember the former chief of staff of the governor made sure those payments went through, and I remember we had a windfall of money in here called the ARPA funds.
Yes.
And WAPA was a big recipient of those because I couldn't pave plenty roads around here and different things. Remember that, Mr. Knight?
I don't know if I remember it as being a big recipient. We were one of the recipients.
A large recipient. So I couldn't get to do
a lot of
plenty
that budget
things around
was
here, but your
reprogrammed.
CFO rattled off a lot of things. But she didn't talk about when we were generous.
No.
Your CFO rattled off a lot of things. 18 million we owe now, but you ain't talk about when we bail WAPA out and do different things.
Our annual operating expenses are about $325 million a year. When you talk to me about 18 million, like, let's put it in context. But I hear your point. Point made.
Thank you, Senator Lewis. Senator Hubert Frederick, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Pleasant good afternoon, colleagues, testifiers, viewing and listening audience. My office, of course, and central staff, I always give a shout out to those good people. Let's start off with the ARPA money. Wasn't it like around $200 million WAPA received in that neighborhood?
Not
77, 78.
70. Go ahead and put it on the mic.
Lorraine Kelly, I will confirm with my staff, and there may be some ARPA funds that potentially predate me. But if my recollection is correct, it was something in the region of $77 to $80 million. But I will get a confirmation on what those numbers are.
And the reason why I remember the governor was very adamant in saying that he was making sure he was paying WAPA to avoid any rate increases to the ratepayers during that time, during the COVID period. And it seemed like it came up to a substantial amount, and some reason around that figure is in my head. So let's clarify that. Let's go back to the PSC. I'm an ex officio member on the PSC as well, and the relationship between WAPA and the PSC has had its challenges over the years, and we're all working towards the same goal here, to get a reliable, efficient utility. And the more efficient WAPA is, the more the PSC could get their assessment paid and everything. Where are we in terms of that relationship? Have we gotten to the point now that we could work together? I see we're still not getting all the information we need, but are we getting to that point now that we've crossed the hurdle and we can start working better?
That's a question for the PSC?
Yes.
The PSC has always had, you term it as a strained relationship. The PSC has always had a working and workable relationship with the Water and Power Authority. Currently, the Public Services Commission has a very, very healthy and working relationship with the Water and Power Authority. That doesn't mean that we don't have issues. We will both have issues. The bottom line is that the PSC, the Public Services Commission, the legislature in this case, is working toward the same goal, okay? Our mandates and our requirements puts us in a position where, on a regular basis, it may seem a bit confrontational. It's not. We request the information that we need. If we're not getting the information, we go directly to, the Water and Power Authority.
Okay, so let me just cut you off there real quick, though. WAPA is having issues collecting monies from the central government, and it's hampering their operations, their cash flow.
Correct.
You're having issues as well, because if they don't get paid their money, they can't pay their assessment in a timely manner. So it trickles down. When one person doesn't pay, then it affects the whole system of payment within our government. And that's one area that we need to get to, where everyone could be operationally functional. And I think the PSC is suffering because they don't have the money to do what they need to do. WAPA doesn't have the money because the central government isn't paying what they should.
I want to correct that. That's the second time you made that statement, and I don't want to. You're going to make sure the central government don't pay me if you keep repeating that. To Senator Lewis's point, single payer has been working, and we do get paid by the central government. A lot of what we are owed falls into the semi-autonomous or street lighting because it's just a deficit as to what the central government acknowledges is their responsibility versus the actual cost of providing the service. So I just want to correct that.
What's the payable right now that the central government owes you?
That the central government owes?
Yes.
We have a total amount owed from the GVI and component units of 18.8. The single payer is currently
that's due
2.8 million. And sorry, the other component units are 2.8 million. The single payer is 2.6 million and 11.5 million for streetlights that we've not been paid in 16 months.
And that 2.6 is within, what, 30 days current?
The 2.6 million is single payer within, a couple of them are 2 months, but
single
for the most part, 1 month.
Yeah, so that's within 1 month. The bugaboo is the street lighting component.
Okay, good. In terms of the audits, where are we with the audits? Was the most recent audit that's been completed?
Lorraine Kelly, Chief Financial Officer. The last
1 minute, 30 seconds.
The last audit that was completed was June 2020. We have engaged BDO to complete 2021 and 2022. That is currently in process. We expect that to be done. Obviously, the auditors work at their speed, not necessarily ours, but we expect that to be done and completed this year, hopefully before September. That's what we're expecting from them. And we're about to start an RFP process for the fiscal years 23, 4, and 5 to invite both our current audit firm as well as new audit firms to bid on the remaining years to bring us current. And our plan is to do back-to-back audits. As soon as one finishes, the following week we will start the second audit and get current.
Is the funding in place for these audits?
Yes, it is.
Okay, great. And Ms. Williams-Octon, in terms of the mitigation funding that's available that were towards energy resiliency, how much of that money, in your testimony you didn't mention anything about dollar amount, but how much have been given to WAPA?
30 seconds. I would have to get the final number on the mitigation portions of the numbers, but the mitigation projects right now is working for microgrids for the island of St. Croix. Most of the other funding is with the public assistance for mitigation rolled up into the numbers that we have for the projects that we're working on right now.
And with the projects that we're doing with the schools and the hospital, I know the hospital have their own power generation backup system. Will each school have their own as well?
They are backup power.
Yes.
Is something that is part of the overall plan so we can make the schools more resilient.
Okay, great. So that should help us in terms of if we have another scenario like we had this past week. That's going to be helpful. All right.
And Senator Frederick, I have those numbers for you.
Please.
For ARPA, we received a total of $110 million. The 77 million that I was recalling was specifically for fuel, and the remaining 33 million was towards other vendors, including Seven Seas and Hoagland.
Okay. Thank you very much. 110 and 70 million. Okay. Great.
And that ARPA funding for the 77 million of fuel was when the war broke out in Europe and skyrocketing of fuel prices.
Yeah. Now we've got a war breaking out now, and we're going to be
and fuel
facing
prices
that.
have skyrocketed.
And so we're going to be preparing for that, I hope.
There's really no way to prepare for that. I try to state in my testimony, like, let's understand we are trying our best to hold the line against a rate increase. But that means there's sacrifices that we have to make as a company. And so sometimes that impacts our customers. We try our best to to insulate our customers from that impact, but that's the only way we can do it. The fuel cost is going up, and we haven't petitioned the PSC for an increase. We haven't done so for quite some time. Haven't done so in my tenure, but I just need this body to understand that that is the reality, right? Is if you don't want rates to go up, understand that we're going to have to make really tough and difficult decisions, which is where we're at right now.
Quick question on Unit 24, 23, and 27. Do you have the maintenance money to repair those units?
I'm sorry, the maintenance budget?
Yeah, for those 2 units.
Yes, we're working on, we've already started the maintenance on 23. We've completed the maintenance on 27. What was the other unit?
And I know 15 is running, but it needs to be.
15 is the one that just failed, and that was an unplanned failure, so we don't necessarily have the budget for those repairs.
And how
but
much
we have
is-
budgeted for 27, and we've concluded the repairs, and we've budgeted for 23.
And
Senator Frederick, your time was called, but I'm going to let you.
So sorry.
Well, you go ahead and
Let me
wrap
wrap this up. Thank you
Yes.
very much. How much? How long do we have before those units are turn around and get back up?
We don't have a diagnosis yet on 15. 27 is online. 23, what's your best guess, Mr. Harrigan?
We haven't done the full inspection yet, but usually a repair of that magnitude would be at least 52 weeks.
2 weeks? 52 weeks?
Yes.
A year?
1 year, yes.
Yeah, that's a whole year.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I know you said number 5, the Wasilla was down, right?
Yeah,
Unit 5